All right. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back. The game 412, which is Champions of Norrath on the PS2. How's it going, everybody? Discarsec, hello. Naka, Crack Blazing Warlock, Chibra. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to some more hack and slash goodness with some more brutal bosses that are just absolutely gonna wreck us. Man, that orc especially. We're on Act 2 now. Hopefully we'll get stronger. Maybe we'll get more OP. Hey, JD, how's it going? Pick up a PS5? Nice. Yeah, I just picked up like an SSD during the last uh, Amazon days, but I mean, it's not like I'm downloading a lot of stuff on my PS5. So, did you get the digital one or the disc one? Because I imagine the digital one is probably like pretty much a requirement to get the SSD. Digital one at least, or the disc one. I mean, once you're done a game, you could just pop it out. Disc one, yeah. Yeah, 600 gigs is not a lot. That's like 2 games nowadays. It's crazy. Grocery shopping. You didn't get anything good? Champions of Norrath. Realms of Everquest. It's so weird that they basically all but, like, removed mention of Everquest at all on the box. Like, it's here on the title screen. Champions of Norrath, Realms of Everquest. Like, that's the subtitle of this game. There's no mention of Everquest at all on the box. On the box anywhere, either in the front or the back. Is there even anything in the manual? Like, it's so weird how they basically try to distance themselves. Introduction. Options menu. Like, there's probably no mention of EverQuest at all, even in the manual, I bet. Oh, there we go. It does say creating your character in Champions of Norrath, Realms of EverQuest. So, it says that in the manual, but even then, it's just, like, barely, like, mentioned. Like, on the front of the manual, there's no mention, like, on the art, front art of the manual, there's no mention of Realms of EverQuest. Literally just buried in the manual when they say the full title. Like, it's so weird. Did you even sleep? Not a good, like, 8 hours of sleep. Did a good walk. Did a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's weird. Realms of EverQuest pretty much non-existent in terms of any mention in the material, which is weird. Whatever. Alright. Start the timer. Let's continue the quest in Act 2. I don't know how many acts this one has. It's like usually like, what, 4 acts typically? But I mean, that's like the Baldur's Gate ones. Who knows about this one? This could be like 10 acts. It could be 3 acts. It could be 5, 6, 7. It could be 20. I don't know. There's no more broken glass. Good old broken glass.
My favorite people, gnomes.
Gnomes. All I know is that the game should probably end around like high 20s, considering the new game plus thing kind of recommends levels 25 to 30 for like the second difficulty. So that feels like that should be around the level that you're going to be ending this one. We're already at level 10, so and we're almost at level 11. So I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Still don't know what I'm going to do with my skills, but most of these spells I've been trying are kind of shit, so whoops, didn't mean to do that. Like, disease bolt is good against bosses and stuff. I can see this one potentially being good if I put more points into it, because confusion with bigger groups and stuff could be useful. Disease trail was kind of useful during that one boss, because he usually didn't like walk through the trail, so you can kind of stand behind the trail and like snipe them. It's hard. Hey there, Dan. How's it going? This shield seems like shit. Either way, the Shadow Knight definitely doesn't use their skills too well, at least in the early game. I imagine like what's that? That's the top tier spell, the harm. Endurance. Endurance could be useful just to carry more shit and have more armor and stuff, but Like, what's next? Yeah, level 15, level 13 skeleton. So like, summon skeleton could be useful. I mean, extra damage output. Riposte. I mean, how often is this gonna go off? I don't know. Shield bash. Yes, this could be good. Stunning for 4 seconds. So this could be useful, especially against bosses. So shield bash could be a good thing. I convert undead. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, harm touch is obviously the clear 336 to 504 damage, 5 seconds to recast. Like, yeah. So I know when I'm grabbing at level 25, but take a while to get there. It's gonna be like right at the end of the game, pretty much. Guess we'll see. Isn't harm touch like a starting skill with Shadow Knights? Kind of like divine. There's a paladin one as well, but like it lets you like heal yourself to full, but it's like once a day or something like that. Like it was really long cast time. Read time. Welcome to Black Delve Reach. Ah yes, good old Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance GB8. I had to put the GB on there just so we can confuse my script. This is like, it's to confuse the game list because there's 2 games of the same name. Such a long delay before they start talking.
Do you see what the mammoth ants are doing to Black Delve Reach? They're eating it, chewing it up, house by house. Oh, I told Millman Froze this was gonna happen, but he didn't listen to me. Oh no, not to me. But it's not the poor mammoth ants' fault. You see, they're sensitive creatures. They don't like loud noises. But of course, the elders said building lava riders would bring gold rolling into Black Delve Reach, so there was no arguing with that. Typical and short-sighted.
Take it, lava riders are a problem.
Oh, no, it's not the lava riders that are the problem. It's the noise they make. You see, the vibrations have driven the mammoth ants out of their nest. I mean, imagine what it would be like if someone put a pot on your head and kept banging it with a spoon. Oh, no, not a spoon, a hammer, again, and again, and again, and again, and... Now the mammoth ants are swarming all over Black Delve Reach. Now, I've set traps, but those ants are huge, and there's not much I can do. Traps just seem to make them madder, and that's the last thing we need.
Where's the option of like, hey, I don't want to help you. Go away. Guess we'll help them.
Well, not unless you can find the mammoth ant queen, and, well, I can't think of anyone
Boss fight.
who's got the guts to try that. You see, the thing is, as long as she's alive, she's going to keep laying eggs, and this problem's only going to get worse. If there's anything you could do, though, we sure would be grateful.
How much you gonna give me if I do it? Give me all the monies. I thought that did no damage. Must be an illusionary trap. Rose Manor. Did you find a shop?
That's better. I don't like to air dirty laundry in public. Our troubles are embarrassing enough as it is. What are we talking about? Oh, yes. As I'm sure you know, we're surrounded by mammoth ants.
Are we?
Oleg Fat, the local shopkeeper, he set some traps for them, but they ate those. And almost got Olak, too. If we're gonna save our village, we need to strike at their heart by killing the mammoth ant queen. And the we I'm referring to, of course, is, well, it's actually you. See, we gnomes aren't really equipped for that sort of thing. Besides, you're bigger. You'll intimidate the ants more.
You calling me fat? And kick his ass. Back of lava fields. I need to find a shop. Celia? Doesn't ring a bell, so not yet. I've just started chapter 2, so I guess, or Act 2 or whatever. It was literally like the beginning of Act 2. There you go. General store.
About time we got a customer.
Such a long delay before they start talking. I don't know why.
Past the ants, they're getting thicker by the... You want a gnome? Not that it makes a difference to me. Elf, dwarf, froglock. Money is money. You looking for something special?
Forgot about froglocks.
Something to chop up some mammoth ants, maybe?
Yeah, apparently. I don't know if it's just like a loading from CD, like streaming from CD issue or something like that. Like it's so weird. There's such a long delay. Alright, so see if there's any new goodies. Alright. Still. Okay, this one is nice, but I need to get some gems for it, so I'm gonna hold on to that for now. It's an upgrade to what I have. Except for this one already has like the lightning damage and the critical hit bonus, which puts it on top of this, just in terms of like potential damage. And I'm getting like 34 to 40 or to 51 damage, which is basically what this has, plus the critical hit. I mean, this one's practically the same if you don't count the bonus damage. But I might find some upgrades here anyways, so. Oops. Click too fast. Didn't see what I just sold, but whatever. It's ring mail. Some spiky boots. Seems like all the new armor is going to be super spiky. It's an issue with the CD loading at some points. Stuck in the loading screen for an area. Oh yeah? Weird. Sometimes they, I don't know, maybe like the way they program the game is just like might work well in their test units, but then when it goes out to the field on like real units, doesn't work as well. So a bunch of these. Alright, what we got? 24 to 39. Get two-handed weapons. I mean, I want to keep my sword on board. Sharp light sword. 26 to 38. How's ever going to find a stronger weapon? Armor here. That shield doesn't look like it would protect much. Mana regeneration, poison resistance, magic resistance. Not really anything new. How are we doing for gate scrolls? Got 2, that's all I really need. Could buy regular healing potions now. Compared to these dinky ass potions that don't really heal. Sell these and stock up on the good ones. What we're doing for arrows. 33, let's buy some arrows as well. There, good enough for now. Somewhat common, yeah. I mean, it really depends too on how like they. Like, obviously, like the consoles obviously lose their Like the laser kind of gets defocused over time. I'm surprised mine still works seemingly pretty well. I mean, I've seen some issues with certain games, but I think more than anything, it's the game and not the console. Like I remember one of the ateliers, there was like some weird audio issue, but then I popped in like a burnt disc and it was fine. So it was definitely the game itself at that point. Any way of destroying these? Don't seem I can get through those. How many of those shields have I picked up so far? Those Yamikaza shields? Like 6 or 7 of those? Trying to short pick up tainting. So much hacking and slashing. So much gold. Great. Nice place to throw that gem. Damn it. Can I even get to that? The hell, game? I can't get to that, can I? Well, RIP the gem. That's rude. Physics systems that sends items in places you can't even pick them up. Wow. That's the worst thing. Where's a gnome when you need one? Come on, what the hell? It's probably like a super OP gem too. Seven, 20, 29, 13, 20. No upgrades yet. Garbage, garbage. Ow. Sunfall with the sub. I don't know why my sub alerts aren't working. Sunfall with 13 months of awesome support. Give me a second here. I don't know why the why the bot is broken. Let's see what's going on here. Where's my Sephiroth? It should still work. Unless, I mean, there was an update for Firebot. Let me see here. Events, sub, edit. Sub gifted. Shouldn't matter.
So much for action.
Shush you. Prime sub upgraded. Shouldn't affect it. I don't know. Maybe the bot isn't programmed correctly for that. Let's do a Sephiroth anyways. Sephiroth. The 3-month gift. Very cool. Yeah, maybe Twitch changed the multi-month thing, and maybe the bot doesn't know how to interpret that. Thank you so much, Sunfall. It's awesome. Hey, Mr. J, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, I did update the bot. Like, there was an update yesterday when I ran it. Or maybe maybe it's gonna be a new one. Yes. Thanks, Zerodine. Like loot algorithm in a Snowblind game. I don't know, loot algorithm kind of sucks in this one. Not giving me good shit. I'm gonna try this one just for the hell of it. Equipped. It looks cooler. Doesn't have the zappy thing though. It's a badass looking weapon. Although it's kind of blunt. Where's the tip? It does have more reach, which is... I guess that's one thing in this game, is the reach actually does have an effect. Like, the size of the weapon will have an effect in terms of the actual range, which is interesting. That's weird. I was pressing the sound, I heard the sound, but I was pressing the button, I was hearing the sound, but I didn't see the actual action. It was odd. Level up. I wonder if this one actually does more damage on average. I doubt it. The other one... Oh, the other one with the, a little bit of extra, like, lightning damage. The critical chance thing is always nice. That is true. I mean, it's no Diablo, where things explode, and with, like, especially bosses. Like, bosses in this one haven't really exploded in, like, a shower of, like, loot. The body just, like, goes to the ground, you just... You hear, like, the entire screen covered in loot. Like, how the hell they keep these in their guts? I'll put some points in dexterity, keep pumping into strength, put some in stamina. Health regeneration, so I'll be good. I mean, I doubt I'm going to be using too much anyway, intelligence, so... damage output, stamina, damage output, screw it. Alright, we got 2 points. Disease shield seems to suck ass. Disease shield seems to suck ass, so Need 1 point in each anyways in order to get eventually a shield bash into this, so it's not like it's wasted. More regeneration is always good. Life tap. I don't know if life tap... I mean, maybe it's worth it. This one could definitely be worth it if I put a lot of points into it, maybe. The area effect doesn't seem to really have an area of effect, or at least it seems to be minor. I don't know. More carrying capacity is always good. Choices, choices, choices. Or just, you know, more damage. You know what? Let's go for more damage. Screw it. Yeah, it was... I did not enjoy that one. Like, it just felt like such a cut-down version. Like, no, like, sound effect, like, no music, no atmospheric effects. Like, at least this one here, you know, you don't get a lot of music, but you get, like, atmospheric effects and that kind of stuff. You know, graphically it was okay looking, but, you know, the fact that each character looked identical, like, each class is the same thing, just, you know, slightly different spells or whatever. Softlock didn't help things either. You know, save points being non-existent, areas being way too big, so if you died anywhere in those areas, you're like restarting the entire area again. I don't know. Yeah, soft lock like 2.5 hours into the game. So there's a lot of things that just, that kind of soured the experience, if you will. So, yeah, it's not the worst game in the world, but it was not a fun thing. It's definitely a very, very subpar version of that game. It clearly felt like they rushed it to coincide with the launch of the second game. Like that's clearly what happened. Whether it's actually true, it just feels like that's what happened. It feels like it was unfinished. Like one thing that you would have expected to have seen in a game like that would have been multiplayer. You know what I mean? Like obviously it does matter in my case, but you know, for a GBA game based on the Baldur's Gate thing, like, why was there no, like, link support, right? Something like that would have made a lot more sense.
Great. Not just ants, but mammoth ants. This just keeps getting better and better.
Mammoth ants. Nice of the ants to have one of their young to just give light. Yeah, inventory's full. Maybe I should have picked up endurance. My, carry capacity sucks ass. But it doesn't help these things here are like insanely heavy. How's this thing heavier than this? The hell? This thing's more than 15 pounds? How heavy is that shield? It's like 20 pounds. Definitely not worth it for the price. Yeah. The joys. This is, of course, you know, at this point I don't think Everquest had auctions. Yeah, it's true. I'm so cheap. It's like, yeah, I don't want to use a return scroll, a gate scroll. Yeah, I guess I should. I can't pick up a mana vial. Gate scroll it is. True. You and your logic. Using logic on me. How dare you, sir? It's nice that they put you right in front of the merchant, because they know why you're returning to town. There's no other reason why you're coming back to town. Yeah, I definitely want to keep this for now until I find something better. If I get some good gems that don't fall in a crack and are unattainable. Because that was bullshit. I can increase my armor bonus. It just seems like a weird thing to throw on a weapon, though. What's this other thing? Do intelligence bonus? Something that increases my damage output. Sell a bunch of these mana vials. A lot of arrows, too. I don't want to sell all of them. Sell part of them. Whatever. I'll have to use some arrows just to get it out of my inventory a bit. I'm just gonna sell this. Like, when am I ever gonna use this? For like 10 armor bonus. It's like nothing. Hey, Jason. Yep, Champions of Norrath. A lot of fun. Yeah. Very likely never gonna happen, considering, you know, the rights and stuff. Because it's not like Sony owns the rights of EverQuest anymore. So yeah, they're not gonna release one. And the company that does own the rights to EverQuest doesn't own the rights to this game, so you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It is expensive. Look how much money I have. I don't have enough money to spend on that many scrolls. I'm broke. 39. And I really wish there was an easier way of, like, you know, seeing all the equipment. Like, I don't know, sort by, like... This one's not bad. It's got 5% critical hit built in. 36 to 52. So it's basically the same thing as this with the 5%, like basically this critical hit built into it. So that would be an option. Oh, is it? Never really noticed. 5, yeah, you're right. Sort of. It's kind of confusing because, like, here it goes from, you know, 15 to 22 to 8 to 13, but I guess because this one's rare. Maybe, does it sort by price? Okay, it sorts it by price, I think. No, not even. I don't know. I'm confused. Like, you think this would be, like, I don't know, lower down on the list than this one, but more or less as use like a inherent rarity value or something. I don't know. Yeah. This could be good. 16,000. I could afford it. Probably something with defense, I'm assuming. It's got room for one more gem. I could buff it up more. You know what, screw it. What else am I going to spend my money on? Sell this one now. Whereas this one is barely worth anything more than this one, though. Eh. It's longer than the other one, so probably have a longer range too. Keep that last slot. Bang, itsy. Well, I have 3. If I use a gate scroll, I can buy one as soon as I use it. I never need more than 1, technically. As long as I don't forget to buy one. That's why I have 2. Just in case I do forget to buy one. Now I had 3. Because they do weigh like a pound each, so you don't want to have too many either. I have 3. I think I'm good. And you don't use one to go back, so when you go back, you're just reusing the same scroll. It's one of the first things I tested. It's like, I hope I don't use these to go back. It's the same thing as Baldur's Gate. When you use the recall potions, you don't use one to return. No, that'd be stupid. It's kind of weird, but yeah, it's basically like using a town portal. It's just a portable town portal, I guess. That's the first thing I thought. I was like, man, do I need to carry, like... Every time I use one, do I need, like, another one? Like, no. Thankfully, no. Where did... No. I gotta stop asking where the hell these things store these weapons and items. The answer is never gonna make sense. Yep, portable town portals. Town portables. All the experience. Should use my bow more. Get some of these arrows out of the inventory. Hey Tex, how's it going? Lots of good games coming up soon? Yes. There's also a bunch of not so good games. Hopefully Shining Soul 2 is better than 1, because 1 was kind of shit. No.
My pack's full.
Inventory full again. I just filled it up like 5 seconds ago. Damn it, game. It's very, very slightly better. Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I think it was mainly because it was boring. Just the character I chose. I remember trying like one of the other ones afterwards. I'm gonna go for the magic class because I seem to have more fun with the magic classes. The hack and slash classes are just bleh. 100% Drakengard. Doesn't that require like multiple playthroughs? Like, no thanks. I'll just play whatever I can. Fancy looking sword. It's like a buster sword almost. $20, $33. Yeah, no. I think I'm good. Yeah, for those kind of games, I definitely don't go for, like, the quote-unquote true endings. It's just not feasible. Plus, it requires, you know, knowledge of their requirements, which, no. I'll play the game as completely as I can without knowing anything going into it, right? Different branching, different endings. Extremely horde levels. Like a music rhythm game where you can't make a single mistake. Ugh. That sounds horrible. Alright, that it. Next. How many adventures these guys eat? Apparently all of them. Okay, I could totally walk through there. No bullshit on this. Of course. Yeah, isn't like Drakengard basically tied to Nier or something like that? Something weird, like, I don't know. Probably a tenuous link at best, I'm sure. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to put some points into endurance next level. Right through the batshit ending, yeah. Well, I did platinum Nier. Not that I remember any of it. But I did platinum it, so... Technically, I've already done that. I don't need to do it again. £7, but it looks cooler. It's got spiky bits. Yeah, whatever. Let's go with the lighter one for now. Plus, lighter one has more room for gems. Not that I'd be putting gems on it. 15, 16, 16, 20. Yeah. Pretty much. Boy. Plus 6 dexterity bonus. 30% poison resistance. Am I using right now for rings? It's a fancy looking bow. 30 to 36. Health regeneration and stamina bonus. Yeah. Definitely use a better earring than +2 strength, but... Well, it's kind of hard to use the arrows in this area, considering the enemies are like spawning out of a little hole that you're standing right next to. Arrows are good for bosses for the most part. Because you do not want to be standing toe-to-toe with a boss, because they will just, like, absolutely shred you to... like, Cuisinart you there in a second. Little Spiderwick. If that one shows up for the next 20 fast forwards, maybe it'll win. The Dire Badger. I don't know if I feel like the healing classes in this are just better for multiplayer. It doesn't feel like they'd be very good for single player. Like, obviously they have some decent single player, like, abilities, but yeah. Inventory full again. Oh. I thought I picked it up and didn't pick up. And she always takes like about 10 seconds before she says, "Oh, my inventory's too full." 10% mana regeneration. So much crap. Inventory's gonna be full again.
My pack is full.
What a surprise. Yeah, that's... Yeah, thank God, right? I played enough EverQuest as a monk. I had to throw away so much money as a monk. That was the worst thing ever. Ugh, that was one thing I really didn't like about EverQuest, is money having weight. You know, you try to carry a bunch of platinum or something like that, you're not leaving the bank. Gold block saves him money weight too. So he convert into gems. See, that would make sense, but yeah, EverQuest didn't really have that system. And of course there was no auto convert, so whenever you picked up a lot of copper, it would just stay as copper until you went to the bank to convert it. Oh god. There's nostalgia and there's like bad nostalgia. That was definitely part of the bad nostalgia. This one's speed fast. Oh. I wonder how much faster speed fast is. 49. All resistance stuff. So all this crap. I was wanting to get into EverQuest. It's a good thing you didn't. Because man, good old Evercrack there. Evercrack was real. It's one of those things like looking back, it's like how the hell did anybody enjoy this? But I spent 8 years of my life enjoying it a little too much. It's just weird how it's just, I don't know, that little dopamine hit of, because you know it was a tough ass game, right? I mean, it's one of those games like you pretty much needed a party to do anything, and gains were slow and very slow to get gains, but every time you did get something, it was so satisfying. But yeah, be happy that you never got into it. No loot. fire ones are annoying. Give me anything good. 14, 14, 33, 17. No, all trash. Alloy circlet. Is that any better? 41. Nice. Doesn't hide my glorious hair. These are ants. They're mammoth ants. Mammoth ants. Inventory's full. Takes her about 10 seconds before she says it, though.
My pack's full.
I don't know why there's such a long delay when you do stuff like that. Whenever it tries to load up dialogue, it just takes so long to do it. I don't know why. Like, everything else seems to load no problem, but just dialogue, it's like... It's put, like, really low on the queue for, like, loading assets, so it just takes 10 seconds. Apparently.
Ah, I see fate's been kind and brought you back for another look. What can...
Every time. It just takes a week. Yeah, I really need to put some points in endurance. This is getting annoying. I'm at 39. So the ringmail is always like less armor than, you know, most of the patchwork armor. It's all shitty ringmail. Yeah. Sick. I really did try. You need to buy one of those packs of weightlessness there. Which I definitely needed on my monk. Otherwise you're never picking up anything. Elven usually means lighter. Not that Elven patchwork is really going to do any difference for me. Yeah, it's 2 pounds versus like 5 pounds. Or patchwork's probably like 4 pounds normally. 21, 29. They look cooler though. Shiny. So many ants. Saw something blue. Tarnished rapier of tarnished haze. Sounds like garbage. Alright, well, I guess we're going to do another pound run here. Everything's dropping heavy equipment. Literally heavy spears. A scythe. Okay, well, we need to use a scythe as a Shadow Knight. Okay, I thought this thing would have more range than that. I wish I could save. Rapier. How about you? That's not how you use a rapier. I guess I don't have piercing proficiency, but still. She got the best hair. That's why I gotta keep wearing circlets. Otherwise her beautiful hair goes away. It was better when I had a lightning sword. It would have made more sense. Now she just looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. Oh god. Oh god. Run away. Too many dudes. Interesting when they're like point blank range and you use a bow, they just start kicking them. Like no damage. Thunderbeam. Is that a wizard spell? There's no point in using bow here because they always spawn like right on top of you.
My pack is full.
Too full for arrows. Could have played Vox and Nagafen together. I don't have a monk to drag my corpse out. Be interesting if we like take down some fire giants on the way there. I gotta pick up the HD versions of those games. It just came out. Baton Torment. Right, well, go back to town. I think it's basically just like a remaster, like an HD remaster. I don't know if they added any quality of life stuff. Well, for a game like that, I would just play the first game and then the second game whenever the second game came out or whatever. Anytime, if I ever get like any sort of collection show up on Fast Forward, I would only play one of those games in the collection. And then put it back into the list. The World Dragons. That was probably after my time. I don't remember those. That would have been fun, though. 6. Open skill, shield of tainting. Well, I mean, the Arc Lad, that didn't come up as a fast forward. That was like a natural, like, you know, I got to it normally. If I do come up to them normally, then yeah, I'd be playing them back to back. Kunark? It's been a long time. Might have been during my time, I don't know. Alright, these gloves are like more than double the defense. I don't have any stones on this one. Let's see, pants, gloves, and armor. Those ones, none of those have anything special on them, so... 44, might as well, 23,000. Got some spiky gloves. Oop. Sorry. I should have played an ogre. Would have made more sense. Spiky. Exactly. Yeah, too bad you don't get to choose your race, just your class. Ogre, Shadow Knight would have... I mean, that's usually the class people would have chosen when they were making Shadow Knights. Button of Torment, 30 to 39. That's 5% small poison cloud. How many ants have we, like, destroyed so far? Give me a big-ass dungeon that's go through, like, this entire spiral. Hopefully there's a quick way out at the end. Portal or something. I guess I could just teleport back to town, though, at that point. Pack is full again. Use the tri-shield with a twin axe. You have 6 tuplets. Back to town. Man, how many times have I had to go back to town? Like 20? Like so much crap. How do the merchants have this much money? It's like, not again. You're coming to like a whole bunch of crap again. Wizard only. Plus 10 intelligence bonus. See, that would have been decent. They're really stacking a lot of mana vials. Like, I keep selling my mana vials, and like I'd say I get 2 or 3 mana vials per drop of a healing tonic. Oh, I guess in general, like, mana would be more important, especially if you were playing a wizard. Like, if you didn't have mana, you're kind of screwed. You're not going to be able to punch. Of course, you'd be dumping a lot of points into, like, mana regeneration skills. There's probably a concentration or something. There's like an item in there. It's too far. It's like a gate scroll. It sucks that items can fall in positions that you can't access them. Like that one gem that fell out of the chest that pisses me off. It fell in a crack. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? There is a portal at the end there. Just barely spotted on the map. Don't see a save point though, so either there's another level or they expect you to go back to town to save first. That'll definitely do. Really hope I don't die before I hit the end of this area. And a vial too heavy.
My pack is full.
Back to town. All garbage. Yeah, I really want to give you resistance items. Like it's resistance, 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 resistance. And of course, leather boots of sleet. I like fill up my inventory in just one battle. Beautiful. We still keep our spiky hair. Yeah, I think, yeah, she's a dark elf, so definitely be a Shadow Knight. Yeah, so this is basically the cover model, if you will. Just a slightly different hair.
My pack is full.
Damn it. We're going to return at least 2 more times before I hit that portal. Sell, 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 sell. 14, 14, 29, 16, 15, 15, 15. All trash. Check if there's any good bows, but the bow we have is pretty strong. Every time I see these spears, like, holy shit, look at that damage. No, no, it's a ranged weapon. One-time use ranged weapon. $37. What am I using right now? That's better than this. It's probably also a lot heavier. It's weird going back to the merchant every time they have new gear. Like, every time. I mean, technically this is better. It's also lighter, but it doesn't have spikes. Oh. $49 for these ones. These have the intelligence and mana regeneration bonuses. 29. Barely an upgrade. Yeah. Hold off. Actually, I don't think I need to buy a scroll. I picked one up, I think. I did. The most traditional gamer lunches, ramen. Not craft dinner. Some ramen noodles with some Mountain Dew and Doritos. Hello. Is that the queen? Because she died real quick. That was the queen. I love that KD. I think I've had KD in like 2 decades. Two gems there in the same fight. It's a lot of dudes. I always hated the blue box, yeah. An IV drip with Mountain Dew and crushed Doritos in it. That's delicious. It's health bonus. Another crack carapace. I can throw this on the weapon, whatever. I got another one. Curious to see what it actually does. Plus 25 armor bonus. That's a weird thing to have on a weapon. Especially considering it has no effect on armor. Like, of all things, this should go on armor. Sharpie with the breed. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going, Sharpie? How were the retro achievements? Did you get lots? Your retro achievement sub night. How many games did you get through? How many Chieves did you get? Did you get them all? All the Chieves? No, definitely not an upgrade. 12 hours of achievements. You 100% any games? Of course not, because that would be impossible to do. Had a lot of fun doing it though, I imagine. Oh god, oh, no. God, these fire ones do so much damage. I guess Dark Elves are not very resistant to fire. Welcome everybody to Champions of Norrath. Everquest side game, hack and slash, Snowblind Engine, aka Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance, among others. It's a lot of fun. Playing a Shadow Knight. 15 games? Nice. Of course, all games you already played previously. Or were you playing anything other than, like, Sega games? Now that we have the portal open. town. So many dudes. Yeah, exactly. Fun way to view visit good games. Only good games, not the bad ones. Ring number 13,915. You're on your way up. I wouldn't be able to do retro achievements. I mean, obviously not with like real hardware, but the just I burnt myself out on platinums. I had enough platinums. I definitely wouldn't want to do more. I had like over 200 platinums on PS3. Like, yeah, that was enough. I had my fill. Thanks, Three Knuckles is close. Nice. Yeah, it makes sense getting the Sonic ones first. So that... Ooh, 39 to 44 is pretty good, but it's blunt. That's not that good. It's worse than this. It's got... Although the poison damage, though... It's blunt. I don't have the bonus damage with blunt, so... Probably does less damage. Platinum RPG quest? Yeah, never. Getting rid on platinums, you're only at 30 plus, yeah. Like, back then I was basically renting games. Back when you can actually rent games, so I was just renting games, just going for the platinum, sending them back, get the next one on the list, rinse and repeat, just purely going for platinums. And yeah, some of them were definitely... Some of those things, requirements were definitely brutal. So you've only got 7 full-length games? Yeah. She's just playing a whole bunch of different games is more fun. Be curious how much damage I'd put to get out of this one. Even then, though, like 7 to 14, looks like I'm getting an average of like slightly higher average. Yeah, definitely higher average than this. If you didn't include the bonus. Like, what do I get? 30%. Like 35% right now, I think. Just want to get 15% right now. So let's do the math. Calculator time. So this one, we're looking at 52 minus 36. Divided by 2 plus 36. Looking at an average of 44 damage times 1.35. So assuming a 35% damage bonus on top of that means we're doing about a little bit under 60 damage on average with this. This one here. Good. Now, assuming they're not resistant to poison, obviously. So we're looking at 46. 58 minus 46. 6, so an average of 52 times 1.15. So looking at basically the exact same average damage, 59.8. Maybe like a little tiny bonus damage compared to this one here. So and this one here is the critical and the armor bonus, so might as well keep this then. I always want to play Golden Axe Warrior. I mean, it's definitely a Zelda-like, not an RPG, but it seems like it'd be a fun game. Yeah, of course, yeah. Phantasy Star 4 is definitely the best Phantasy Star, for sure. I do have Phantasy Star Episode 3 coming up, which is gonna be a weird one. Card Revolution. Phantasy Star Online. Definitely nothing compared to the Phantasy Star 4. I really wish they would continue the Phantasy Star series, like, beyond the online versions or whatever. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've played Light Crusader as well, but I remember that one being okay. The problem with any kind of RPGs is like trying to max out the retro achievements on those. I mean, those go long games to begin with. That's not even counting the retro achievements. Imagine if you throw the retro achievements on top of that, man. Especially since some of them probably require like New Game Plus or something to do. I don't know. I don't know if I'd like a remake of. Like they did like a Final Fantasy VII remake style thing. I don't know. Which wouldn't be the same. Super Mario RPG? Yeah, maybe. Really should bring it back though. Come on, Sega. Bring us back some Phantasy Star. But nowadays, Phantasy Star is probably more known for its online stuff than it's for the original games. At least with the majority of, like, you know, people. Yeah, 2D HD kind of thing. It would just be weird. Eh. Alright, 2 points. What level are we now? We're not 15 yet. Okay, I should throw some points in endurance. I should level up these things too. There's too many things I want to put points in. I only have 2 points. I think this one here could potentially get good later on, but like the chance really won't increase. So, more health regen maybe. More of this maybe. I don't know. Strength 3 seconds of confusion. Alright. Down to the lower level. Chat full of nerds. Yeah, if you see some, if you look in your box of nerds and they're white and start moving, you might not want to bite into those.
When I write my memoirs, I'm leaving out this part.
Might be a little too chewy. Wish a lot more RPGs got a remaster-esque treatment like the Sega Ages version. Yeah. Like, adding some quality of life stuff in later games. I mean, that'd be the way to do it. Instead of just try to remake the game from scratch and just... And, like, giving it, like, mobile game graphics. Like, just making the graphics look way worse. Let's just smooth all these graphics out. Or have these, like, really weird, like... redrawn, you know, character graphics, but with the like background still being like the old school style, and it's just a weird clash of like art styles. Everybody wants that. Oh, whetstone. Of course, we already used up our slot on our weapon. Give her the next weapon, I guess. Although I do have this. So that right there would give it critical hit. Nah. Yeah, the Battle Network. Yeah, that one definitely stands out. The font is just so weird. It's got like this like smooth text font with like, you know, the game's pixel art. It just looks so strange. Yeah, I'll be playing the HD versions at this point, since I own the HD collection. Makes more sense to play those, even though it's not gonna look as pretty. Plus, you know, you get the bonus items and stuff, so, you know, whatever. I think I'm better stick with the hack and slashing. I definitely do more damage with this. Like, I'm averaging like 80-something damage, even though I calculated to be, you know, about the same. I'm clearly doing more damage.
Oh.
It's a mod, yeah, but I'm playing the console versions, so mod's not gonna help me. Parasite Eve collection. I don't know if it's the problem with Parasite Eve is it's based on a book series, right? So I doubt we'd ever see a remaster of the Parasite Eve games because, you know, Square probably doesn't own the license to it anymore, so. Which is why Third Birthday kind of dropped the Parasite Eve name. Yep. Where's the first Battle Network you beat? Nice. Alright, might as well sell this then. 16, 14, 23, 15. Sell this. Got the Legacy Collection, yeah. You're not looking forward to playing the second half? Yeah. But why not? Yeah, imagine after platinuming it, you'd probably be burnt out on it. Well-built leather boots. Change from 1 to 3 is very unlikable. Like 1 you heal for free after every battle. Oh yeah, they changed like some in-game stuff too. Where's your least favorite? Oh, that's great. So I have that looking forward. Oh, I see. That's kind of weird. That's a unquality of life adjustment. fire spiders do so much damage. This would really suck for as an archer, since all the areas are so small. Yes, yes they do. Well, you gotta remember, these things ate a bunch of gnomes, so... they're probably just pooping out all the last gnomes that they ate. The remains. If anything, we're doing a favor for the ones that have, like, huge spears and maces stuck inside of them. These things must have been suffering. So much crap. So many eggs. Let's fart on the eggs. Yeah. Like collecting Switch physicals. Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up the Switch version if it's the only version available, but I'll generally go for the PlayStation versions because, you know, they'll run better. Switch, yeah, definitely not the best console for speed, but obviously for like portability for sure. And of course, you know, if you're going for a collection for that system specifically, sure, but. Only Switch games I have are the ones that are exclusive for Switch physically. So. You can't even play it physically. Was the screen broken or something? Or Joy-Cons? Living on their own, yeah. "21 hours. No, I don't want to watch the Lord of the Rings extended editions. I never experienced Joy-Con drift, but I haven't used my Switch all that much either, so... like, in comparison to, you know, a lot of other people. Definitely had drift on my PS2 controller that was, like, over 20 years old. So that one definitely just started drifting. Switch controllers? No. 1 hours of Hobbit feet. Yeah, I could definitely see it. Depending on how like hard you use your controllers too, and a lot of other factors, environmental factors could definitely affect it too. Oh god, oh god. Ah, run away. Well, really easy. I mean, if you're good at soldering and all stuff like that, but for the average, average Joe, it's probably not a easy thing to do, not a viable thing to do, right? Logitech F310 start drifting. Oh yeah. Wanting to solder them. Still have to take them apart. What you're getting for the average Joe is not something that they're going to be doing. So, it's just the companies wanting to save a few cents and using components that they could easily make components that wouldn't drift, sticks that wouldn't drift. It just would cost more money. You. Yeah, they were really hungry for Dark Health. Like every other boss I've fought so far, yeah. Seems like it's gonna be a real fun one. Unlimited XP, let's go!
My pack is full.
Pack is full already. The queen's just chilling out over there and ignoring me. Yeah, Queenie, Queenie, Queenie. Hey, Baines. How's it going? Of course he does. He's gonna follow those 101 ant jokes books. It's nice that they avoid the trail. Like, I can use it just to, like, stop them from attacking. Just hit them with bows. Most of the time. That was easy. Only took 2 tries. Team-powered magic, yep. That's the disease trail. Seems like the AI often wants to avoid going into it, so you can kind of use it to, like, block them off to
My pack is full.
like use it as a temporary wall. It's great. It's very temporary though. Sometimes they'll like charge through it anyways.
Those ants out there have really quieted down, and word is we have you to thank. I think I can manage a special or two for the local mammoth ant slayer, but let's keep it between us, all right?
It's a cool mix of killing off that class. Yep. Still convinced we should have been like an ogre. Ogre Shadow Knight would have made a lot more sense. Alright. Sail. Elven dagger. Still have 120 arrows after that. How many ants does it take to fill out an apartment building? 10 ants. Little tenants. You call an ant has no concerns or care. Nonchalant. Largest species of ants. Giant ants. Boo. Boo. Alright, probably have to do like 3 trips here to pick up all the shit that dropped. Is this True Helm? Oh, I can't use it? Oh, level 19, wow. So ways more I can use that. Looks badass though. 62. 15 mana bonus, 15 intelligence bonus. Pretty big intelligence bonus. We'll have to hold on to that for a while. A long while. 35 to 59. Slightly more damage output than this. Are ally picks considered slashing or blunt? Or picks, I should say. Doesn't tell you, that's the problem. Okay, yeah, it does by the icon. So these are blunt because it's got 2 hammers, and this one's slashing because it has like 2 swords. No, there's no piercing in this. It's like slashing and blunt. Swords, spears. Spears are considered slashing. Daggers, rapiers. Those are all considered slashing. Yep. At least this one, I mean, you're just like a cast, like, you're just a menu thing away from going back to town and to the selling merchant, so I'm fine with it. It's not like the GBA one, the GBA Baldur's Gate, where you're literally, like, stuck. You can't go back to town easily, so... More spooters. Or more spooters, more ants. Oh god. Oh god. I should go save before I die. For like the random ants. I need agility. Dexterity bonus. What am I using right now for amulets? Poison resistance. Yeah. What's your D&D place? Well, I mean, in Everquest would have been like piercing as well. It's just this one here. They just put it down to 2 different damage types, just for ease, I guess. So much shit. Inventory's full.
My pack's full.
Alright, let's go back and sell again. Mace. That's a lot of money. 35.59. I mean, it is technically a higher damage output than this, but yeah, it only has like 1 slot free anyways. So wouldn't even be able to make it as good as this. course, I haven't found any two-handed weapons that are better. Like, all the two-handed weapons are shit. 37. I don't have all the stuff on it. Just a couple of armor, it's not worth it. I have to carry this. It's 18.5 pounds too, man. There's no like, there's nowhere to like put things temporarily, is there? I'm gonna have to hold this hold on to this for like 9 levels, 8 levels. A long time. Yeah, like 7 levels for 6.5. Don't know if it's worth it. It's weird that it drops something like that's so far ahead in terms of levels. Enable nude cheat. There, you can have the nude cheat. There. Good enough. Gotta have the fan service. Isn't there like a dwarf that was gonna give us something for getting those ants? Or was he? Or a gnome, sorry, not a dwarf.
At last, you did
Like
something
this game.
useful and kill all them mammoth ants. Maybe there's hope for you yet. Still, before I give you too much credit, you've been giving me the impression that all I've been doing is talking to myself. Let me explain this one more time. I can't cut the reinforcement plates for the keel without the lava pump. Now, Cole, remember me telling you about him? He's a little fella down in the Black Delve lava field. Help him. Oh, by the way, watch out for Soaring Shadow Sun's pets if you go down there. Big, ugly, stony fellows. They get a mite skittish around strangers.
Another gnome. That was here somewhere, but maybe not. Oh, quest. Dude here, but oh.
My daughter, Tenya, she's missing. She likes to wander, you know, like children do. This time, well, she seems to have wandered somewhat far indeed. It seems she somehow crossed the Black Delve lava field and is wandering in the caverns of the fallen.
How does he know this?
The caverns aren't too far. I suppose they lie just on the other side of Blackfire Gap. Some of the gnomes call the gap a treacherous place, but don't be concerned. Blackfire Gap is monitored from the Iron Tower by Zoran Shadowson. He's a mite unpredictable, but he won't bother you. Just watch out for his pets. They're the ones that'll tear you to pieces. Look, please, My little Tenya, she's wandering all alone out there and I'm worried about her. I'll pay any price. Please, please, just bring her back to me unarmed.
I need to go back and see. There was like, I can continue deeper into that ant place. I don't know if they're not sure if that was just like a quick way back or what. I guess the traps are gone. Yeah, this is the guy who was.
You did it! Oh, I don't know how you pulled it off, but really I don't care. I have not seen a mammoth ant in hours. Whew. I'll finally be able to get the first good night's sleep in days. Well, actually, I mean night, but who's counting? I can't thank you enough, stranger. Oh, wait, yes I can. In fact, I have just the thing. Here, please accept this as a small token of my appreciation.
Where did he take that out of? He seemed to have a little bit of effort to remove that from somewhere. I don't know if I want it. I love the chest always like launch things out of them. His prison pocket. Got 2,500 extra warm pieces of gold. Still hear the skittering of ants. It's clearly some still alive. Just don't sniff them, just use them. Can I go over there? Doesn't seem like there's any path that leads me to like that part of the map over there. Story's full already. I didn't even leave town.
My pack's full.
Plus your strength bonus. Well, some stuff makes sense when you pull out a halberd that's like twice the length of the size of that chest. Then you know that halberd was definitely like packed in there really tightly. Would have bounded up to its original size after it jumped out of there. Yeah, he said he gave us a discount. How much is discount? He doesn't have a discount. Gate scrolls were already 150. Unless he has new stuff to buy from now. Doesn't seem to. 14,000. Cast iron ring mail, leggings, 47,000. Or 47 armor. These ones are nice and light. Elven padded leggings, 42. It's my leggings at the moment. 29. Yeah, I'll buy the elven ones for now. Alright, let's go back. See where this leads. It just exits back out. Yeah, figured as much. Had to check just in case. That's pretty decent. 52 to 77 for a two-hander. I don't know if I'd be able to swing an axe this fast. Seems like that would take way more effort. Hey, Trippy. Soggy. It's nice and sunny here. Sunshine and... Quilted helmet. No quilted helmet. These just respawn behind me, by the way. Those were not there. That was weird. Alright. Let's go into the depths or whatever the hell this place is supposed to be called. How do you have tarnished quilted armor? Can you tarnish armor? Like cloth armor? Doesn't seem like something that would happen. Unless there's like some metal bits on the armor that's tarnished. Rusted. Rusted cloth. Head. Rusted leather. Not even gold. It's a cheap chest. Black Delve lava fields. Okay. So you can enter from this side, which has no ladder. If you go to the ladder side and try to enter, you can't go there. You better like jump into the ladder from this side. Right, I would totally be dead right now.
When I said I like to get hot and sweaty, this is not what I had in mind.
Oh my. Do I take damage from walking on that, or just... Yeah, seems like I can walk on it. I'm perfectly fine just dipping my toes into the lava. Okay. Yeah, you just die instantly if you go a little too deep, though. Just vaporize. But hey, dip your toes in it, you're fine. So be careful near the lava. The first step is fine. It's the second step that's a doozy. Can I kill it? My axe would be absolutely massacred at this point. Everything blends in. It's hard to see where there's like a path and where there isn't. Or if that's insta-death as well. I think a golem, a stone golem, will be immune to disease. Alright, definitely can't use melee attacks. Okay, now he steps out after I burnt myself. What this? Could I like... Alright, you're safe here. I see a lot of accidental deaths happening in this one. Of course, that opens up on the other side. I love how it's just popping, turn around, the terrain just pops up in front of you. Seems like a very dangerous zone.
Oh, so you're the one. Of course, it all makes sense. What else would a big orc be doing out in the fields if it weren't for some overlander? I told Bingham, Master Vince, that this would happen. The orc don't like anyone following him, spying on him. Makes him angry. He's the one that broke our lava pump. We gotta get rid of this orc. Everything starts with the lava pump. The way to the pump is blocked. There used to be a bridge, but that's gone too. The only way to cross the lava field is with a lava runner. And I've tried to borrow one, but the gnomes of the deep, those little rats, they don't trust me to pilot it.
What?
You might have better luck than me. If you manage to convince them to part with a lava runner, you could cross the lava field and reach the pump. Then, all you'd have to do would be to insert the exchanger into the pump, and everything would be back to normal.
Of course he
I've got
lost.
the exchanger right now. Hold on. What did I do with the exchanger? I swear I set it down right here. I bet that orc took it and hid it. Great. Well, looks like you got your work cut out for you, mate. Get a lava runner, find the exchanger, and get it to the pump.
Of course, I gotta do everything myself. Yeah, no, I definitely count them as adventures. Definitely number 2. That one had like experience systems and everything. You could definitely make an argument for the newest ones, but eh. More adventure. I mean, they're good games. It's not like they're bad games in any stretch, but RPGs, not really. Take damage? No. Can't leave her steam proof. I guess we're literally are steampunk. Looks like he's supposed to be in Diablo. Good old Ganondorf. Alright, so where do we go for this? Let's get walk through here. I saw arrows drop in there. That's the only problem with killing these things. If you kill them in the actual lava, like, good luck trying to pick up anything they just drop. Vampire? No. Don't remember any vampires, so... Probably not in Act 2, I'm guessing. Or if it is, it's like later in Act 2. Ow. Alright, screw this thing. Of course. Oh. Definitely take too much damage with this one compared to the sword and shield. Because the health bonus and strength bonus helps too. Get to romance Mayong Mistmore. We didn't meet Mayong Mistmore. He was mentioned, but we didn't go to his mansion. Remember that place being a real pain in the ass back in Everquest? place is a really good place to enter the zone and just get massacred because of trains to the zone. Yeah, something like that. I figured it was like a gnomish vampire. I don't know. This looks slightly dangerous. These things have really good aim. Ow! That was fucking dangerous. It could have like knocked me back right into the lava. That would have sucked. I wonder if I can jump that. Yeah, no. I'm definitely using my arrows here. Okay, I'm pretty sure I went deeper, I would be like dead. Better be some really strong bedrock. How did he just teleport? I'm definitely getting use out of my arrows. Oh jeez. How am I not hitting this thing? A 3D wind staff. It's probably wizard only. Or if that rock is gonna be like still hurtling towards my head when I teleport back. Yeah, I like that thing. Poison resistance. 5% destroy undead, only 5%. I haven't even run into any undead yet. Any fire beetleized? No. do need to put some fire resistance on because, man, I take so much damage from fire. It's a crazy amount of damage I take. I love how these bridges are made of wood. The material of choice for making bridges on top of lava. Must be magical, like, lava wood or something, I don't know. It's firewood, yeah. Guy's daughter, it's hard to tell. No mechanic, no.
Well, what do we got here? It's been a long time since I eyeballed a strapper like you. All the commotion down here keeping the folks in Faydwer away. It's about time.
Curious about your iron carriages.
Iron carriages? You obviously aren't from around here. These are lava riders. Cole put you up to this. I figured as much. He's been trying to borrow one of these for years, but like I told him, he's not cut out for this sort of thing.
No, I'd like to try to ride one myself.
Before you get any ideas, Overlander, I have you know a lava rider ain't like some kind of horse. A lava rider is a piece of sophisticated gnome equipment. Last time I let a topsider get behind the wheel, that was the last anyone ever saw of them.
Really, no, I'm willing to risk it. Are these things like gnome-sized? For sure a dark elf would have a bad time.
Panar's wind is just sitting here. You're welcome to try her out.
It's Ashwood. Whee! Got. I was gonna say, can I walk on that? I cannot. That bridge is a little bit further than I thought. No, I'm saying. Definitely can't go there. The one-way trip. The sound just goes away after you accelerate to a certain point. I was like wiggling the analog left, right, left, right. It is fun. Sounds like it's laughing at me. Portable shield, at least. No. These chests are like freaking invisible. Any day. Back here. Ooh, that bow that fell over here and I still can't get to it. There you go. Cracked compound bow. It'd be funny if I somehow like walked over the top of this pipe and then wouldn't be able to get back to the thing. It is squeaky. If I get up, let's say I'm over here and I seem to be like exiting from the left side. Is this thing gonna keep sliding? It's like I exit right here when it like, oh shit, no, don't put the chest inside the lava. Oh god, that basically put me like in a danger zone here. Can't drive vehicle. God, that was... drop. I want to pick up the thing that fell out of the chest, but they did, yes. Guess it's not a surprise. It's the death trap. Yep. And in WoW as well. I mean, it's just a normal thing in most MMOs. Gnome inventions will kill you. That's pretty much a guarantee. Oh god. Oh, you son of a bitch. Freaking hell. Whacks me into the, into lava. Oh, that's rude. Should have saved after picking up that that vehicle. Freaking hell. Oh god, nope, nope. Oh, somehow didn't die instantly. I came very close. So it doesn't actually like insta kill you. It just does a massive amount of damage. Wait, how do I get back? I just realized that the ramp is a one-way trip. There's a reason to put a save point before you you reach this thing. You're gonna need it. Huh. Wonder if I can reach that. I'll need every little bit of help I can get. Go to all these little islands and find those chests. Park it right there. Haha, cheese. It's out of his range. Is there even a chest in here? Doesn't look like it. I'm really curious if it, like, could potentially just put you in lava if you exit the vehicle. I realized there's a chest there. I'm about to enter the vehicle. I'm like, oh, chest. Tear doll, wooden shield. Pretty wind staff. Plus 10 dexterity bonus. I say these chests are like the most hard to spot things. They blend perfectly into the stuff. You'd be standing like 2 feet away from one, you wouldn't even notice it unless you like walk towards it. You can see the open chest dialogue. The bed's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. If your bed's rocking like this, then you need a new bed. Get that save point again. So I wonder what's down here. Maybe this is where I get the thing I need. It's really hard to drive these ramps, just kind of push it towards the lava, which makes it very slippery. Let's finish exploring this area first. Oh god. Interesting that I can push chests. I know, right? Now we've advanced to lava farming. It's extreme farming. I get those lava berries. It's just exchangers. Yeah, we definitely need to go to the lower area to get that exchanger. Yeah, it does look a little weird. It's weird they have a vehicle they can just drive around. They just want to show off, like, hey, look, we can do vehicles. It's a lava runner. Otherwise, lava just instantly kills us if we just touch it with our toes. It's very squeaky. We can take this downstairs. I want to take this downstairs. Squeeze it through the hole. It's rusted. Slightly rusted.
When I said I like to
Was there a some like lava Nazis down here or something? I don't know what to expect out of Pokemon Coliseum. Imagine it's basically like more combat heavy compared to regular Pokemon games. I do not know. Yeah, I've never really heard anything about it. Yeah, until the Switch, there wasn't any like proper Pokemon games on the consoles. So Switch was the first one that actually got a proper Pokemon. Everything else is just weird, like different kinds of games. Really hard to aim a bow at range. You have to get the analog just the right position. Yeah, well, I mean, probably would have been pretty complex to program. It's one thing in doing it in 2D, but doing everything in 3D, it's tough. What are my arrows doing here? I'm going through a lot of arrows in this area. Unsurprisingly, when you have enemies that don't walk towards you and are surrounded by infinitely damaging lava. Gladius. Found Gladius again.
My pack's full.
Back to town. I mean, Pokemon's always been like a portable franchise, which makes sense, right? I mean, the whole point of it is to trade with friends and stuff like that. You can't really do with a console easily. Well, you could, but it's not something you just bring to school and, you know, trade with other people. I mean, Switch is technically still portable, so...
That's out there have really quieted down.
How many arrows do we have? 66. You should buy some more arrows. Run the risk of getting your stuff stolen, bringing it to school. You can tell your parents that happened. Yeah, that's true. Because of course you weren't allowed to bring it to school, so if you brought it to school and got stolen, you're in big trouble. So been grounded for life. So add insult to injury. Yeah. Get the I told you so. Yeah. Wow, plus 5 health bonus. That's amazing. Yeah, I haven't found a better bow in a while. Rapier of Requital. Yeah, exactly. Too high of a risk for too little of a reward. I really like putting these chests right next to the lava. I was gonna say, do we take damage going through there? The answer is yes, we do. Still surprised we take no damage from standing inside this the really hot steam. Exchanger. Teacher confiscated Game Boy and kid was using outside before school. Purposely left it on to drain the batteries before giving back to after school. That's evil. Was her name Karen? Wet burgers. Yeah, that sounds about right. She had a lot of pent-up aggression from her childhood. Is there any chests anywhere? Other way. Oh, that's right. Whee. It's just like floating above the lava. Fallout totally should have had a vehicle, but I mean, obviously Sony knew how to program this engine. If anything, it feels like they just pushed out Fallout just to try to like make as much money on the engine as they could before a lawsuit happened. So Fallout could have had vehicles if they wanted. The pump is working. How do we know how to fix this, by the way? This doesn't look like something... It seems like something you need a little more gnomish engineering know-how to do. There's a chest right there. How do we get to that one? That was risky. Definitely not gonna make it there. Well, the company that used it to make, you know, Baldur's Gate 2 and Fallout and stuff didn't have a license for it. They didn't have a license past Baldur's Gate, the original Baldur's Gate. But they kept using the engine to make other games. Illegally, pretty much. So, yeah. And of course, they got snagged with the lawsuit at some point. So, yeah, they just pumped out games as much as they could with that engine. Yeah. Yeah, this is from like Sony Online Entertainment, pretty much. So they probably got full like license for it, I imagine. How do we get to that chest? You can only get it before you have the exchanger. Feels like that section there would like blow open, but I can't damage it. Planet side, probably. Dark Alliance remasters? What Dark Alliance remasters? You never found the guy's daughter. Wasn't she supposed to be down here? I didn't say where she went. I just assumed she was down here. Like the squeaky bed sound. It sounds about the same as my work fan. Did they remaster 1 and 2? I don't think they... I didn't think they remastered the Dark Alliance games, did they? Because of licensing issues? They released that Dark Alliance game that wasn't like Baldur's Gate, obviously, on the PS5, but that's not a remaster in any way.
Zagmar! Karoli! Hostile! Halt and withdraw! Leave the Overworlder in peace. Forgive my pets. They are a little over-vigilant. They attack anyone who...
I don't think they remastered. It's probably just the original games or something when they released them
They've
back
been
then.
agitated ever since they encountered that huge orc who sabotaged the pump. They attacked him, but he strode through them without suffering a scratch. I doubt that beast is an orc at all. There is some magic surrounding him, and his shadow is... wrong. I have reopened the passage to the Caverns of the Fallen. I wouldn't go there unless you have to, but I understand if you must.
Caverns of the Fallen must be where the kid went. I want to go see if that that boat builder dude gives us anything for putting on the lava pump.
I said some downright mean things to you, you know, calling you a friend of vampires, cursing your name, calling you an idiot's idiot. Oh, well, I didn't say all those things to your face, but, no matter. Well, anyway, I want to make it up to you. You're looking for a boat that can make it to the Pit of Ill Omen in one piece. Am I right? Yeah. Well, the only rig around that could take that kind of beating is the hulk I've been building for Lord Vanneroast. Thing is, there ain't enough gold in all the underworld for me to double-cross him. Of course, if I were protected, well, who knows what I might do. I hear Melman Froze has a little jewel which keeps him and his daughter safe from vampires. You bring me that ruby. I think maybe I could find a reason to keep this boat out of Vannerost's hands.
But in this game, you don't spend hours recruiting a party, you just sit in the corner of a zone while the warrior pulls stuff to get half level. Yeah. Yeah, but see, back in the Everquest days, we enjoyed that kind of stuff. I mean, I was the monk, I was the one doing the pulling, so that was a little more fun being the one that actually, like, brought things to the party. Exactly. We were crazy. Looking back, we're like, how the hell did we enjoy this stuff? But I don't know. We're just wired differently, I guess, back then. That was like the status quo for gaming. When WoW came up and it's like, yeah, we're just gonna make things super easy for everybody. Take away any challenge. Have fun, everyone. Yeah. It's a little too easy. Take away any of the challenge. Made it a lot more approachable for everybody, but yeah. 2 gate scrolls. Got 9 healing tonics. $89 arrows. I don't know if I'm gonna need as many arrows. And the only reason I was using arrows was those stupid golems. Prison alert, all the mobs bring the party. And when, yeah. Pretty much it. I mean, the spawn rate was so slow, and of course, you know, back then, of course, there was no instances for dungeons, so literally like one dungeon for the entire server that everybody shared. So, especially like endgame dungeons, I mean, you basically had to like camp your spot in a room where like a rare spawn would spawn, and like pull things from everywhere else just to get some experience in the meantime, waiting for like this 45-minute spawn rate. It was like, how the hell did we enjoy this stuff? It's a spin-off of Everquest. Yeah, it's basically based in the world of Everquest.
This time, well, she seems to have Look.
Yeah, Norrath is the world of Everquest. We started off in Faydwer, which is the land of like the elves, well, the high elves and the wood elves. Or Fodder, I guess, is the continent. Faydwer is the big forest in there. Now we're like, I don't know where we are right now. Where the gnomes are. I don't know where that is. Well said, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It was extremely slow progression, but when you actually got something like a new level and you hear the level up sound, you go get your new spells. It just felt so like you worked hard for it. It was good. It wasn't just something that was just given to you. I was like, here you go. There's no sense of accomplishment nowadays. It's darn kids without their sense of accomplishments.
And I can't liven up this party.
Just, yeah, nowadays, a game like that would just not be able to compete at all. Because kids these days just... They definitely can't take that slow of a progress. But, you know, of course, when Everquest came out, like, the closest thing would have been, like, D&D. Which really, like, basically the same kind of progression.
Kitty! Here, kitty, kitty, kitty! Where are you? Oh.
Yeah, kitty kitty.
Let me guess. My father sent you here because he thought I was in some sort of mortal danger from who knows what this week. I take one step out that door and he starts sweating and worrying and wringing his hands and asking every first, second, and third person he meets if they've seen me, if they can get me back, and it just makes me so mad sometimes. He just can't seem to understand that I'm not a girl anymore. I'm all grown up, a woman. And I don't need some big, clumsy overlander tromping around after me and dragging me back to me dad, all right?
Quality of life killed gaming, yeah.
Help me find my kittens. They're around here someplace. Once I've found them all, then I'll think about going back with you.
Yeah, I mean, MMOs were definitely, like... To get into MMOs, you definitely had to be a special kind of breed. Somebody that had a lot of patience for very, very slow progression. Like, if you could handle that stuff, then, you know... Like I said, it was slow progression, but it just felt good when you hit one of those, like your next goal, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, RuneScape. I never played RuneScape, but I remember, like, RuneScape's similar to, like, Everquest in some ways. Like, Everquest, you know, had a lot of skills where you just had to keep using these skills in order to level them up. Like, stuff like swimming. You start EverQuest, you go into the water, you're gonna be moving, like, not at all. You have to, like, level up your swimming, and of course you can only get, like, a certain number of points per level. I forget, what was it, like 5 points per level or something like that? So, it would take you a while before you could max out your skills. And, like, just trying to regenerate your mana and stuff is such a slow process. You have to basically sit on your ass for, like, 5 minutes or 10 minutes to regenerate your full mana pool. It was such a slow thing. Like, everything was slow. Spawn rates, regeneration rates, like, everything was so slow. Yeah. Yeah, nowadays, I mean, everything's going to copy the popular stuff. Like EverQuest definitely had popularity when it came out, but I mean, it was very niche. Not surprisingly. And then WoW came out, and just, like, everybody and their grandmother started playing WoW because, you know, it was extremely approachable. So then, of course, every MMO is like, alright, we need to copy WoW. So then you just had, like, a huge amount of, like, games flooding the market, which basically just killed the why am I finding 5 kitties, by the way? Basically killed the genre. For all intents and purposes, other than, like, 2 games on the market, the genre is basically dead now. But man, there was a while there was, like, so many different MMOs coming out. Why is this so dark in this area? It's death animations. I do not know. That was definitely emulation. Getting a Wonder Spawn and then, like, modding it for video out would just have been very hard to do. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Doll, wooden shield of embers. So cute. What is it chasing? Yeah, one is definitely... Oh, lead Mokum's back to Tinya. Definitely wasn't a thing in North America at all. It's not like the Neo Geo Pocket Color, which was pretty unknown here as well, but Wonder Swan had, like, never released in North America, did it, in any way? So, it's not a surprise. Oh yeah, I mean, it was designed by the dude who designed the Game Boy, wasn't it? So, it was pretty decent for the time. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's hard to dethrone the champion. Yeah. That's the problem. Any of those consoles, like that's the biggest advantage Nintendo had. Nintendo was like complete shit, or the Game Boy, I should say, was complete shit for like towards the end of its lifetime, but it was extremely inexpensive.
Mokums, you little devil. It's all
Rude.
right. I know the overworlder stinks, but we'll leave right after we find your brothers and sisters.
I'm indeed the champion of Norrath. Yeah. But yeah, like screen quality. I mean, the main upside, of course, had battery life, but man, the screen on that thing. It's just. It was so cheap to purchase. It was. The battery life lasted forever, so parents weren't like shelling out tons of cash for batteries constantly. There was like 1 billion games out there. It had Tetris. I mean, yeah. Well, Pokemon was very, very late, of course, in the Game Boy's life cycle, but yeah, the Game Gear was the cool thing. It's like, oh man, you get color graphics and everything, but yeah. The cost and, of course, the batteries and everything else. Yep. Well, the plug kind of defeats the whole point of having a portable device, but... But think of all the accessories you can get for your Game Boy. You could strap like 1 billion things on there. Magnifier, the light, speakers, some cases, you could just strap everything. Choi. Nuclear reactor, yeah. Get through this wall. I like that one dungeon where they had walls you could actually, like, cut open. I haven't seen that used since. Yeah, DMP on it. Wouldn't have been surprised.
Chloe, there you are. Oh, did you
She
ever
called Chloe.
Mommy'll take care of it. Don't you worry.
I think they forgot the L in the name. Choi sound like a weird name, but Chloe makes a lot more sense. Or maybe it's just Choey. Like Chewy, I don't know.
Now we've just got to find the others.
I mean, we. There's no we about this. It's pretty convenient all these cats are like exactly one cat in each of these cardinal directions. Oops. Thought he was dead. Just plain dead. I am indeed. Toodle. Toodaloo.
There's my little Tootle. Where have you been, you bad girl? You stay close to Tanya while we look for the others.
Rapier of striking. Hoochie. Let's get this hoochie back to her mama.
You found Hoshi! Oh, you naughty little kitten running away from Tanya like that. Oh, don't you worry. We're not going home until I find all your brothers and sisters.
Assuming the last one's downstairs. Almost leveled up again. There no kittens down there? I mean, I've been every other direction. Oh, behind. Alright. Thought that was down.
My pack's full.
Back's full. Fine. Let's go sell some junk. A lot of money. 39 to 63. Got more damage than this, but of course we don't have good blunt support, so... So we'll sell it. I'm doing farmer here. 42. It's gotta be something better than 29. How about not even one chest plate? Yeah, I know, right? Really going for it with those tongues. 3 to 51. Long Spear of Fortitude. These are like throwable weapons. I'm pretty sure the strength bonus isn't gonna do me any good. Some weird spider creature. Damn it. They just run around you, chasing their shadow. QQ? A weird name. Get in there, unless that path down brings us up here.
Cuckoo! Did that nasty overworlder frighten you? had me so worried. But now you're all back together again. I suppose I should thank you, even though I know my dad is paying you to do this. But you did find all my precious little kitties, so I'll go back. But only because Chloe needs her paw looked at, not because my dad told you to get me.
Uh-huh. That cat is, like, bigger than she is. She could ride that thing like a horse. We are. It's a typical RPG, right? You gotta have the fetch quests where we find random people's cats. We normally do in RPGs. Alright, let's go see if the dead gives us anything. They're not dishing out the portals, like the regular portals in this one like they did in Act 1. You have to go there by yourself. Oh.
She's ready to sail.
Alright. I guess, he gave him the gem after I saved his daughter. I mean, never asked him to. He just volunteered it, I guess.
Rescuing Tenya. You're as good as your word, better even. I promised you something if you brought my little jewel back, so here's a jewel for you. The Mistmoor Ruby. It's a bloodstone, very valuable, and now it's yours. I hope it brings you wealth and fortune. I've some news that might be of value to you. Lord Vanarost has an ally. A great brute of an orc, a terrifying creature. I do believe they're in league together, and I dread to think what they might be up to. If that brute is the same one what was causing such a ruckus in the overworld, then I'll be more than happy to tell you where to find him. Just off our shore, there is a dangerous waterway. Beyond that is the Pit of Ill Omen. A foul ocean running off into the darker parts of the underworld. Not a very nice name, I know, but it's a rather ghastly place. Perhaps that's why that orc feels so at home there. He's been trafficking cargo through the pit for months now. Deliveries to and from Vanarost, if I'm not mistaken. If you still want to find him, follow him into the pit.
To the pit.
You'll need a sturdy craft to make the journey through. Try Bingham Vakes. If there's a gnome in Black Delve Reach who can build a vessel to survive the pit, he's your gnome.
League of Legends. Good try. Definitely don't include any sort of multiplayer games in this. That would definitely not be feasible. No MMOs, no online-only games. Because those servers are going to be long gone by the time we get to those games. Plus, there's no end, really, to those. Now, if there's any physical releases, then maybe.
can't liven up this party.
There's a portal. Of course there's a portal down here. Yeah, how do you beat an MMO? Some MMOs don't have a main story, that's the thing. You can have like Final Fantasy XIV, sure you can say that has a main story that you could beat. But what about something like Everquest? World of Warcraft, there's no main story in that. Be like, oh, you hit maximum level. You know. Baronia V.
Bide your time. Hate by nature consumes itself, and in its rage, this beast will leave itself vulnerable.
Exactly. Or if these things be weaker to bashing, probably not. Slashing seems to be working pretty damn well on them. Yep. 7 to 8. That's cold damage. Don't need more room though. Boom. Where's there a catapult in this underground area? Can't blow up these automatic catapults. How are these even working? Like literally nobody that's working these, and they just get these stones out of nowhere. Yeah, apparently that's some powerful magic. If you had magic that could do that, why don't you just have magic that just makes a stone appear out of nowhere and just automatically shoot towards the thing? Why would you need a catapult to do it? Mulligan, man. It's going great. Making some progress slowly but surely. So many dudes. Skeleton needs a friend over there. Just staring at the fire. Nobody wants to play with me. We'll play with you, Skelebro. Yeah, when do we get to make a skeleton? Still like level 15, right? It's still a ways to go. I'm happy to have you here. Level up. I feel like I'm missing with weapons at all. More strength. Alright, 2 points. Yeah, we got like 3 things at level 15. Some points in this. Maybe some points in this. What's the max on these, I wonder? Of course, I doubt we'll be seeing the max of any of those unless you play like New Game Plus Plus or something, 3rd difficulty level. Or we just stay back here. Music sounds very Star Wars-y. We do wind staff. Patchwork gloves of work. Never seen any like really good magical items. I mean, it's probably one of those things where you pretty much have to play like, you know, multiple, like the harder difficulties to get anything like good drop, like really good drops. Right now we're just getting like basic equipment still. The occasional like bonus, but usually the bonus stuff is on like shitty equipment. There's a weapon that has like 1 to 5 damage, but has like strength plus 5. It's like, alright, thanks. This is super dark. When they use like elemental weapons like this, we should be able to pick up those weapons, not have to re-kill them. Okay, that one's got a lightning weapon. Give me that. No, it just smashes into a million pieces instantly as soon as you kill them.
Bag is full.
Back to town we go. I do have some stuff that I can buff other weapons, but I need to find some weapons to buff first. Yeah, here's this rune's Sword of the Bull, 7 to 8 damage. Woo. Plus 10 strength. See, plus 10 strength would be good if it was on a weapon that had like 36 to 52 damage. Another one, 3 armor, plus 5 health regeneration. Yeah, it's still a long ways to go before I can equip this thing. Probably sell this thing. By the time I can use it, it's like 50 intelligence. Like, am I really gonna care about 50 intelligence on a head? Like as a shadow knight, and probably get some more drops of them anyways. Seems like whenever you get these unique items, you get like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. Well, it depends. Like, usually if they have some decent stuff, you only have slots for, like, maybe 1 extra gem. Like, this helm here only has slots for 1 extra thing. So you can only improve it so much. I'll hold on to it for now. Miss more ruby. It's got like this thing here that adds cold damage. That'd be a good thing to add on a weapon. Both these two here. Of course, whetstone and a short bone chip. I get a decent weapon upgrade. I can always throw it on the bow, but I know as soon as I throw it on a weapon, I'm gonna get a better weapon. That's always the case. 32 to 47. Battle-worn Darkbow of Requital. Over 44. No reason right now for boats. For boots. Wait, not a good game. This is a great game. How you take that back? This is no Dark Alliance on GBA. So how often does this guy changes his gear? Every time, like I'm assuming every time I come into town, he'll have new shit. I'm assuming just like leaving and coming back doesn't give him new things. No, you have to like leave the zone probably. Considering it's only 150 bucks to get a gate scroll, it's basically 150 bucks to replace his gear. It's way better in Diablo 2 on the consoles. Oh wait, Diablo 2 isn't on the consoles. It's like the only Diablo that never came on consoles, isn't it? We have the original Diablo on PS1, we got Diablo 3 and 4, of course, but 2? Nah. Yeah, the remaster was never released physically, so... Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Snowblind Engine games were basically console Diablos. Of course, Diablo 3 are just gonna be playing the ultimate edition, obviously. I mean, I do have Diablo 4 technically on my Xbox Series X, but only because it came with it. Freaking skeleton orgy over here. These guys are just boning themselves. Well, Mac is a PC. Mac is a personal computer. It's a type of personal computer. It's not a Windows-based, but still a PC. RP Gamer Raid. Welcome, raiders. Who is playing today in RP Gamer? Shout out to Skya, Airfrog. How's it going, Airfrog? Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome everybody to Hack and Slash. Our glorious hair on our Shadow Knight. Most beautiful hair there is. I gotta make sure I keep finding circlets. It's gonna be a point where I'm not gonna find circlets that are better than what I have. No, it's just Macs always want to, like, be different, right? So it's like, oh, we're not PCs, we're Macs. Like, no, you're a PC. By definition, you're a PC. Yeah, the PS1 version of Diablo 1 was, I mean, obviously it's not as good as the PC version, but yeah, it was a decent port. It was definitely quite playable. But yeah, oh yeah, the Mac and PC. I'm a Mac, I'm a PC, and then they're talking about like, and every time I want to scream at the TV, it's like, yeah, you know what PC does better than Mac? Games. The main reason people have PCs for nowadays. I'm a PC. I'm all about, you know, spreadsheets and documents. Yeah, and games. Here's the best piece that could run Windows was the Mac. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely for video, for like photo and video creation, Mac was definitely the king. But mainly because those programs were put on that system. It's not because, you know, the Mac was better for that kind of stuff. It's just that's where that software was put. It's not like the Macintosh infrastructure or whatever was inherently better for that kind of software. I mean, maybe there was some reason it would run better on it compared to the PC, but for sure you can make that stuff run just as well on PC back then. Nowadays, of course, it's a moot point because it's pretty much on everything, right? Yeah, and of course, yeah, price-wise is always a... PCs were definitely way... like, IBM-compatible PCs were way cheaper than Macs. Definitely got a lot more bang for your buck on any sort of IBM-compatibles. Okay, one thing your PC can do that my Mac can't, Crusaders. I used to say right click. But then they added a mouse that has 2 buttons on Mac. That's why I never bought Bleeding Edge when it comes to PCs. Because I know that you buy Bleeding Edge, it's going to be outdated in like 5 months. Might as well buy just something that's just behind. Still lasts you many years, but it'll cost you like a fraction of the cost. Rune the Great Bow of Sleet. Yeah. Well, the only upside consoles, of course, if you're going for gaming, obviously consoles was the best bang for your buck for sure. And the upside of PC, of course, you could do everything else on it, right? You can't, you know, do word processing, spreadsheets, email, and stuff on your console. But yeah, if you're going for PC gaming primarily, then yeah, it's extremely expensive to get an equivalent PC to a console. Until like late in the console's life cycle, obviously.
My pack is full.
Like by the time, you know, before the PS5 came out, you can have a PC that can outperform a PS4 easily enough for relatively cheap, but to have like an equivalent, you know, PC that can run at the same quality like a PS5, yeah, you're paying a little more than a PS5, even at this point. How many years has PS5 been out now?
Welcome. Good to see you, friend.
Well, the older games on the consoles are free as well. Garbage. All garbage. Alright, any new goodies? What's my arrows at? 128, we're good. Yeah, we're talking about Bethesda here. Come on. Seeing a Bethesda game isn't optimized on blank is like, yeah, it's Bethesda. You think they optimize games? So that's what they leave the fans to do. It's like, just put the game out. People will fix it up for us, free of charge. It's win-win. We go. Sure they did. Even from like Morrowind, I don't know I don't know about Daggerfall, but I'm sure from Morrowind on, they pretty much realized that fans would just make their games way better than they could make. They just put it out there, and there you go, guys. Have at it. Yeah, well, the arena, like nobody cared about Elder Scrolls before Morrowind. Morrowind is the first Elder Scrolls game that became like very popular, right? Arena, like nobody knew about Elder Scrolls in Arena. Daggerfall might have gotten a little more popular. Morrowind is when it blew up. Everybody knew Elder Scrolls, the existence of it, and became a big franchise. Indeed, I did. Yep. I mean, they make the games easily moddable, which is, you know, a thing. They didn't make like this closed infrastructure where, you know, hey, this is our game, this is it. They made it easy to do, which is a good thing in a way. The community is like, alright, ball's in our court now, let's do this. And to be fair, the community has a lot more time and to like work on these things. Yeah. It'll be funny considering the first Witcher game I'll get to play on RPG Quest will be Witcher 2 because they never released Witcher 1. Although they're remaking Witcher 1, aren't they, at some point? I don't know when that's planned, but 31. But maybe by the time I get to Witcher 2, Witcher 1 will have a will have the remaster or whatever. Yeah. Well, they gotta make their money somehow. Well, considering there was never a console release of Witcher 1, then that'd be kind of hard. So it's kind of stuck to PC right now.
My pack's full.
2 short bone chips now. I need to find a new weapon. Maybe I'll just throw one into my bow. I imagine a bow with like ice damage would be pretty good to freeze an enemy.
Welcome. Good to see you, friend. Locally.
Well, porting a game that was basically designed for mouse and keyboard to a console would be a lot of work. So why bother doing that for an old game when they just make a remaster and make a whole lot of cash on it, right? It's just, you know, I don't know if CD Projekt Red has, yeah, they probably lost a lot of community trust with Cyberpunk, so it's going to take a lot for them to get that back. So I'm sure they're gonna try to wait. Oh, we got 3 of these now? What the hell? They're gonna try to wait as much as they can. $33 to $44. That's a little better. $52. Well, of course, because it's new, right? But I don't think they got it back. Like, I'm talking for new games. Like, they need... Like, whenever they release the next new game, people are going to be extremely wary about it because they don't want a repeat of Cyberpunk. So it's going to be hard for them to, like, you know, get, like, a whole bunch of pre-orders and stuff like that. I mean, they're good at hyping things up, so I'm sure if, like, the next Witcher, obviously, or the next Witcher remaster, they're still going to get tons and tons of pre-orders because it's Witcher and stuff like that, but who knows. Yeah, Cyberpunk was definitely a very quick drop in price. Like less than 6 months, that thing dropped like half price, pretty much. It was crazy. Alright, might as well throw one of these on this. What? We need maximum attribute limit. I only want to throw one on there. Like 3 of them. Still like 1 slot. Does this take 2 slots or something? That's annoying. Yeah, I always try to wait. Like, I don't buy brand new games at full price unless I know it's going to be like unless it's like a special edition I want to grab or something. Or I know it's a game that's going to basically, like, not going to ever go down in price. But anything that's like a AAA or whatever, I know it's going to go down in price, so I'm never going to pick it up at full price. Like, I'm definitely not picking up Diablo, for example, at $90, Diablo 4, because that one's guaranteed to go down to, you know, to like cheap in like a year or whatever. It's not going to be playing it anytime before then anyways. Oh yeah, that game was probably broken as hell. It was definitely unfinished, for sure. It was just pushed out of the door because, you know, they needed the money. It's a game that needed like at least another year in development. And a game that shouldn't have been released for like the previous generation consoles too. It's just they had deals in place. They had to release it on, you know, the PS4. They had to release it on the Xbox One. So it wasn't one of those things where they could just say, hey, we'll release those versions in like a year. Like it had to be released at the same time. You missed Orcs exclusives? What? Kill completionist. I don't think anybody misses those. Or you can usually get those exclusives if you pay like a whole bunch of cash. Alright. I'm gonna pause time here for a minute. I'm gonna grab some food. And I should be back in a couple of minutes, so. Like this. I'll be right back.